Good morning, everyone. We want to welcome you to our August Regents meeting. We have always, this time of year, it's a special time because we get to swear in our new student regent, and that's how we'll begin our meeting and our process today. We want to offer congratulations to Jad Zutini, who is a Lubbock resident. Graduated from Lubbock Cooper, went to Texas Tech, graduated from the Rawls School of Business, and also with the distinction of highest honors and summa cum laude from the Honors College. But it gets better. He's currently a student at the Health Sciences Center studying, getting his degree, Doctor of Medicine, and in his spare time he's also studying public health at the Julia Jones Matthews School of Population and Public Health. He's been involved from a publishing standpoint on numerous areas. He's published co-authored 8 publications, 3 published abstracts. I don't even know what that is, okay. I didn't know he was an architect too. I don't even know what an abstract is, or maybe a painter, I don't know. On health-related issues, and he's co-director of the TTU System Health Policy Think Tank. He served as an intern at the U.S. Capitol and for the United Nations Information Center. And he makes apparently a mean peach cobbler in his spare time. And that's just the short version of Jad's background. Currently, in addition to being named our next student regent, he's also completing a research fellowship at Massachusetts Eye and Ear. So he's going to be commuting back and forth from Boston to Lubbock. And just a very impressive young man with obviously a busy schedule and a man of high aspirations and big, bold visions. So with that said, we'll now conduct the ceremonial swearing in, and I'm going to ask Vice Chairman Carrick Davis to perform that ceremony. So Jad, Ginger.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jad, please take a moment for some reflections, observations, but also we would love for you to introduce your family members that are present here today also.
Yes, of course. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank my parents. My mother, Rania, is unable to be here today. She's currently traveling, and my father, Fadi, is here with us today. Their love, support, and encouragement is everything a son could ask for, and I really wouldn't be here today without them, so thank you. My uncle Faisal's here today. He's been like a second father to me growing up and been a supporter of me since I was a kid, so thank you for being here. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my mentors. I think one of the things that makes our institution or our university system so great are its faculty. A lot of the faculty take a vested interest in mentoring and shepherding the next generation of students and leaders. I think I'm a testament to that. Dr. Gary Elbow, Dr. Lisa Wong, Dr. Ebtisam Islam, Dr. John Griswold, and Dr. Cynthia Jumper, who's here today, among many others, have provided me countless opportunities, support, advice. They've really helped me develop professionally and as a leader. Finally, I'd like to thank the staff here. At the forefront of that is Kano and Christina. You both have been incredible. Every single person I've interacted with here at the system has just been so kind, so helpful. That extends to our institution presidents and Chancellor Mitchell and this Board of Regents. You all have been so welcoming and have made me all the more excited to take on this year. It's not lost on me, the role of this position, and that's to represent over 60,000 students across our 5 institutions. And to do that, and to do that well, you have to work with the student governments. I've had the pleasure of meeting all 5 of our student government presidents, and they're an incredible group of go-getters. So I look forward to seeing what we can accomplish this year. I also fully intend to go visit each institution in person, so I can really get a feel on the values and priorities of each student body. Finally, I've gotten a lot of great advice since moving into this role, and something that's came up time and time again is the year goes by quickly, and be cognitive of that. So that's advice that I'm heeding. I fully intend to hit the ground running and make the most of the year. Thank you.
Excuse me, Jad, we welcome you, and as we've discussed, this is a position that has high expectation, and we are confident that you're going to be able to fulfill your tasks in a way that is meaningful and in many ways encouraging to those you come in contact with. But I also want you to know that this group, both collectively and individually, has been on providing the very best educational environment that we can for the students, for the faculty, and for the staff that represent this system and each of its component institutions. You're going to find your colleagues here, and that's what they are, they're colleagues. You're going to find them to be accessible and to be available, and I would take full advantage of any opportunities or questions you have to be in conversation and in relationship with these people. They are the best that we have to offer, in my humble opinion, and I hope, and my hope and trust is that you will leave here different than you came, and that you will have a relationship with these people that will last a lifetime. So welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Griffin.
Okay, we'll begin our meeting this morning with the Carr Foundation meeting. As you well are aware, the Carr Foundation is a significant asset at Angelo State, really a life-changing asset that provides scholarships for a very high percentage of the students that attend Angelo State. And frankly, it's my understanding for an institution the size of Angelo State, this type of endowment and foundation is one of the largest, if not the largest foundation for a school of this size. So President Hawkins and the entire Angelo State family is blessed to have this, but we're going to have a meeting. We actually have a committee that is chaired by Tim Culp, and Clay Cash is the vice chair, and they look at the numbers, they look at the audits, they see how the foundation is operating, because we're responsible for that, and we want to be good stewards of it because it is a life-changing asset. So with that, Chair Culp, if you will, begin the meeting of the Carr Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as Chairman Griffin said, the Board of Trustees of Texas Tech University System serve as the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation. So with that, the first order of business is to call the meeting to order. We'll approve the minutes of the August 20th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The minutes are unanimously approved. Mrs. Kim Turner, would you please present the independent auditor's report for the Carr Foundation?
Yes, thank you. The CPA firm of Bollinger, Seegers, Gilbert, and Moss, which is in Lubbock, performed the 2023 audit of the Carr Foundation. The first item of note, very important, is that they issued a clean opinion, an unmodified opinion, it's called. Some highlights from the financial statements of August 31st, 2023. The Carr Foundation's net position, their net assets, decreased by $8.5 million, ending the year at $172 million. Operating revenues primarily consist of net investment income or loss and oil and gas royalties. Net investment revenue decreased by $11.3 million. The foundation's non-mineral investments are in the Texas Tech Long-Term Fund. The Carr's mineral properties are valued at 3 times annual revenue. So the valuation of the Carr's oil, gas, and other mineral properties decreased from about $28.3 million at the end of fiscal '22 to about $18.7 million as of the end of last fiscal year. Oil and gas royalty revenue also decreased by $3.1 million, ending the year at $6.2 million. Operating expenses of the Carr consist of program expenses and administrative expenses. The program expenses are distributions to Angelo State University, to the Carr Scholarship Fund, and over $11.4 million was distributed to the university in fiscal '23. That was an increase of about $700,000 over the year before. Other administrative expenses decreased by almost $303,000. This is primarily because of changes in deferred inflows and outflows related to teacher retirement system and employee retirement system, other post-employment benefit liabilities that have to be reflected in the Carr's financial statements. In reviewing the adjusting journal entries that were required to properly state the financial statements, they were all normal end-of-year adjustments, nothing out of the ordinary, and no error corrections. The largest adjustments were those entries related to the GASB 75 pension and OPEB benefits that I just mentioned. The auditors are also required to issue a board communication letter, and they did that. The letter confirmed that the auditors encountered no issues in performing the audit and had no disagreements with management about accounting treatment or any other aspect of the audit or the foundation. The auditors did not issue a management letter, which would have been used to communicate internal control deficiencies had they seen any. That concludes my report on the fiscal '23 financial statement audit.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. Do we have any questions for Mrs. Turner?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation as presented?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The independent auditor's report is passed. Next item on our agenda is a report from Mrs. Candace Upton. Will you please present the item for approval for the 2024-2025 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget?
I would be happy to. Thank you and good morning. It's been a year since we talked about the Carr Foundation, so I thought we would do just a real quick update and kind of overview. So as an expression of the Carr's deep commitment to education, the family made significant financial provisions to Angelo State University, and they bequeathed all of their interest in oil, gas, and other minerals to be held in trust to fund academic scholarships for ASU students. The Scholarship Foundation was established by Robert Carr's will after his death in 1978. And then Mrs. Carr, Nona Catherine, passed away in 1987, and she left her half of the rest of that interest to the foundation at that time. They devised that the Board of Regents, Texas State University System, and their successors be trustees of all of the interest in oil, gas, and other minerals. Mineral and royalty interests are located within 16 West Texas counties, and those counties are listed here. As we move along, just to further kind of give you an idea of where our assets are located, we have a snapshot of the Permian Basin by county with our properties depicted here. So our largest properties are located right in the middle, which is the Central Basin Platform. That's Ector, Gaines, Andrews County. These are conventional, low-declining, long-life wells, some of which have been producing since the 1950s. Then off to the left, we have the Delaware Basin with interest in Reeves, Ward, Winkler counties. And then over to the right, the Midland Basin, and this is where the most aggressive development has been happening over the last several years. We own 258 tracts. We're also paid on approximately 1,500 wells every month. These are a mix of small fractionalized mineral, non-participating royalty, and a few overrides. We own no working interest, so all of our interests are passive. So as we take a look at our royalty revenue stream, the last 2 years have been very just average for the foundation. And while we love to, report on those record-breaking years like 2022 depicted here, we much prefer steady and consistent years, and that's what we have been seeing as of lately. Revenue projections show us ending FY '24 just slightly under 6 million, which is right there at average. In 2024, we have seen lots of company consolidations. We've also seen some falling natural gas prices and a continued push on renewable energy domestically. So while it's always hard to predict where commodity pricing is going, it can always change in an instant. But we see natural gas, while it's currently at its lowest point. However, long-term, we do see this coming back strong, or we hope so anyway. There's significant increases in energy demand happening, the rise of electric vehicles, and also all of the data centers that are powering the AI revolution. Those all require massive amounts of energy. And while renewables are great when they can be used, natural gas is our consistent and reliable source for energy. And although domestic demand is decreasing for oil, it is offset by growth increases from underdeveloped nations, specifically India, Latin America. As oil is a global commodity, we do kind of see that price range being bound around $80 right now. This is where OPEC needs it. And so they're going to make cuts and limit supply as necessary to keep it in that $80 to $100 range. So moving along, LTIF quarterly distributions. Just as a quick refresher here, Carr Foundation receives income from two different sources. First, the mineral and royalty revenue that we just spoke of. It's never spent, transferred monthly into the LTIF. And then second, the investment income off of the corpus, which is received quarterly in quarterly distributions. That is calculated at 7% over 12 rolling quarters, and that's on the fund's net asset value. So as we analyze that, we're right on target. Distributions are averaging about 2.7 million per quarter, and that's for FY '24, and we're averaging an escalation rate of about 30K growth per quarter, so also right in line. And all of that brings us to our proposed FY '25 operating budget. You'll notice that we have FY '22 and FY '23 figures along with a projected year-end FY '24 for your comparison. And I want to draw your attention to the first line there, which is fund balance as of September 1st. We're showing a positive estimated $5 million, and you'll probably remember our $1 million corpus withdrawal payments that helped us achieve this. So now we can avoid any shortfall deficits in our fund balance as we award our fall scholarships. Investment income is projected at $11 million. Total operating expenses are coming in at $390,000. Total budget for scholarship awards is $10.9 million, and that is an increase of $1.2 million to undergraduate scholarships. That brings our total expenses to $11.3 million. And then that will bring our fund balance right back to $5 million as of 8/31 of '25. We are going to have to keep a close watch on that fund balance. Now that we've got it where we need it to be, we don't need to continually grow that, and we also don't need to fall back into a deficit. So that's going to take some fine tuning and a lot of close watching there, especially where scholarship spending is concerned. So, and to close, I just wanted to share with you a couple of scholarship statistics. 60% of incoming freshmen are being funded by Carr funding, and they have also removed the test score requirement from the lowest tiers of the scholarship. And this is reaching students who would never receive a scholarship otherwise. And it's also increasing our statewide reach very rapidly. So, and as we've all said, ASU would not be where it is today if it wasn't for Carr, and especially where recruiting and retention is concerned.
Thank you, Mrs. Upton. Any questions for Mrs. Upton?
Candace?
Yes, sir.
Is there any merit to consideration of like reserve studies from like Netherlands Sewell or those companies that go in and take a futuristic look at projecting what the reserves look like, so there could be some, it's not an absolute, I understand, but give some predictability to the curve and the decline, I guess, as a source of income that maybe from a reserve standpoint be on a decline. Any thoughts about that, and would that be instructive in your opinion?
So we have looked at that in the past. We did find that it was cost prohibitive because, again, we own very small fractionalized interest all over. So we've always just used that income projection method on that. And also do keep in mind that the majority of our interest comes from the Seminole San Andreas unit, which is in Gaines County, Texas. It has been producing since 50s thereabout and is still producing today.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mrs. Upton? If not, is there a motion to approve the 2024-2025 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget as presented? Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The motion passes. Thank you, Mrs. Upton.
Thank you.
Just want to add a few comments as well, and Mrs. Upton and Chairman Griffin covered most of this, but I want to give you just a few facts and figures. First of all, President Hawkins has made it real clear that these scholarships are awarded not just on a needy basis, but on a needy and a worthy basis. The scholarship recipient has to be worthy and in need of a scholarship. This foundation started off with less than $7 million corpus in 1978 and has generated over $160 million of income over the last 46 years. And today, the value of the endowment is still over $160 million. So the gift that just keeps on giving, what a blessing it's been to Angelo State. The scholarship, the foundation provides scholarships to about 1,200 students each year. As Mrs. Upton said, 60% of incoming freshmen receive that scholarship. And the scholarship has provided over 50,000, the foundation's provided over 50,000 scholarships to Angelo State students over the last 46 years. So it's an amazing gift. The Carrs have built a huge footprint and a foundation for Angelo State, and these royalties and the earnings off the investments continue just to throw out $10 to $11 million of income every year, and it's a huge blessing. Regent Cash, would you have any additional comments to add?
No, I would ask President Hawkins, I said this last year, I hope that the Carrs and their family understand the impact of what their gift has done for that university. And Ronnie, if you want to say some words about the significance of it too.
Well, sir, the significance of what the Carrs have done from its inception is you can't really describe it. I'm a recipient of a Carr scholarship, that being through the ROTC side of it, but having sat back and looked at the number of alumni that come back and talk to us about, were it not for what they were able to receive through the Carr scholarship, they would not have been at a university. And so it just keeps compounding that way. Very, very proud of what Candace and her team, as well as Jamie Meyer and her team have done to increase the value of the Carr Scholarship as we hand it out. In talking with Regent Sweat, we are now adding some of the particulars that go into the Carr, or to the scholarships that are at MSU, to make sure our students realize the importance of receiving that Carr Scholarship, such that they're having to keep track of some things that they typically weren't doing before. So we're very, very proud of what is going on and where it also leads into the future.
President Hawkins, talk a little bit about the retention aspect, what those scholarships do, and have they impacted the retention rate of the student population?
It has impacted our retention rate positively, but by the same token, we are also finding some of our students that don't realize the value of the financial support that they have received and don't pay attention to that, and we're going to have them start doing that going into the future. To make sure that they understand that we're not just giving them money, we're giving them an opportunity to get a degree. And that's the big thing that we have right now. When you look at the university and the different organizations, it's all about walking across the stage and get the diploma. And so the retention is going up, and it continues to go up, but there's another level of concentration that we want the student to understand and appreciate the value of the scholarship that they've received.
Thank you, President Hawkins and Regent Cash. Again, an amazing foundation for Angelo State. We're so proud for you, so thankful for the Carrs and their family and what they've been able to do, and what this foundation continues to do for Angelo State and the Texas Tech University system. It's important to note, I think, at least on my mind, is a former bean counter, if I can call myself that, not to offend anybody. I always look at the expense ratio to income, and to throw out $10 to $11 million of earnings every year, and as Mrs. Upton showed, the operating expenses are less than $400,000. The math is around 3 to 3.5%. That's pretty incredible. So thank you for keeping expenses low and earnings high. And while oil prices have been in the 80s, they've fallen back a little bit, so we're doing all we can. We're going to shut in a little bit of our production, try to get that price back up over $80 in the coming. It's going to take a lot more than that, but thank you both. Thank you for your report. Thank you for your comments. Is there any other business to come before the Carr Foundation Board this morning? If not, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll now continue with our committee meetings, and Dad, just as a matter of information, all regents serve as voting members on each committee. The student regent, you serve on the ACS committee, and I guess this will be the only time you won't be able to express yourself publicly. You are a non-voting member, but please write a publication about it. Thanks. You probably didn't hear any of that, Jad, and that's just fine. Loud and clear.
Just make sure he puts lots of footnotes on the big words, okay?
Please do.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and the actions that we take through these committee meetings are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. So, with that said, we will begin with the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Sweat serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is now called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 9th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, we'll begin with agenda item number 1. Dr. Topliff, you're up.
Regent Davis, I'm going to
he's not
be
here today.
speaking on his behalf right now. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation that the Board of Regents approve the granting tenure to Dr. Edgar Reed, Assistant Professor to Associate Professor in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, College of Education, effective September 2024. Dr. Reed was formerly a tenured professor at Hardin-Simmons University from 2008 to 2021, and he has been teaching as an assistant professor in the Department of Kinesiology since September 2023. The approval of this individual brings the number of tenured faculty at Angelo State University to 152. There is a total of 217 faculty that are tenure track or tenured. After this appointment, the percentage of tenure-track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be 70%. The number of faculty that is non-tenured is 96.
Thank you, President Hawkins. Any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. So congratulations to Dr. Reed, and let's please give him a round of applause. Thank you. All right, Dr. Brown Marsden, you are up next for item number 2.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure for the faculty member listed below, concurrently with their respective appointments. This is Dr. Bob Brennan, who is incoming Dean for the McCoy College of Science, Math, and Engineering. The faculty member whose name appears above has been adjudged by the respective departmental faculty, appropriate committees, and administrative personnel as worthy of appointment with tenure. Approval of tenure of this individual will bring the number of full-time tenured faculty at MSU in fall 2024 to 140. There are 237 full-time faculty at MSU, which includes 45 tenure track and 52 non-tenure track. After the approval of this item, the percentage of full-time faculty who are tenured will be 59%, and the percentage of full-time faculty who are tenured or tenure track will be 78%.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So congratulations to Dr. Brennan, and let's please give him a round of applause. Dr. Brown Marsden, please continue with item number 3.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve revisions to MSU's faculty workload policy effective September 1, 2024. You have both versions, the old version and new version in your book. These recommended changes include 3 important sections. The relation of faculty academic workload requirements to the university's role and scope, the definition, adjustments, and exceptions to the standard academic workload, and administrative responsibility for monitoring compliance. And the General Counsel has vetted these proposed changes. And I'm grateful to both Angelo State and to Texas Tech University for their guidance or their model of what they use for faculty workload policy. We modeled a lot of ours off of theirs. The faculty workload policy was revised in accordance with sections 51402 and 51403 of the Texas Education Code, and it's included as OP 0617 in MSU's operating policies and procedures. The review process was initiated by the Faculty Senate, and then their recommendations came over to my office, and we completed that in spring of 2024. So we developed those proposed changes in collaboration with faculty, and that returned then to the Faculty Senate for their consideration and approval, as well as all of our on-campus approval process. So, answer any questions.
Are there any comments or questions? Okay, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Please proceed with item number 4.
The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the change of the name of the Gordon T. and Ellen West College of Education to the Gordon T. and Ellen West College of Education and Professional Studies. This name change emerges from the fact that fully half of the students within the West College of Education are in professional studies programs, which include adult education, BWS, early childhood studies, instructional design and technology, sport and leisure, sports administration, professional studies, and substance abuse counseling. The name change proposal has been developed in consultation with the faculty and staff at West College and is based on similar names at other education and professional colleges nationwide. The name change to include professional studies received approval from the West Foundation Board in April 2024, and the college anticipates that renaming will increase the marketability and awareness within and outside of the university.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Just one, Marcy, what was the genesis of the expansion of those particular types of studies? Was that the most logical home for those studies, or why the expansion here?
It was. We find sometimes those students who may start in education decide that there's another path for them to look at instructional design, sports and leisure, some other programs that they could have gone into that may not have been on their radar before they came into the College of Education. I think the other, they found that there were needs within education for some of those disciplines as well. So for example, our clinical mental health has been serving some of the school populations as well as others in our community. So it seemed a really good alignment with the College of Ed. So that's where they've kind of brought in all those programs and realizing that fully half of that college was changed and serving a slightly different purpose.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. And Dr. Hendrick, you're up next.
Thank you. President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the board approve a Master of Science degree with a major in Information Systems. This program will be delivered in multiple modalities, including face-to-face here in Lubbock, also hybrid and fully online. It is housed within the Rawls College of Business and is a non-thesis degree. There are 14 universities in Texas, public universities offering master's degrees in information systems or information technology, but data indicate that demand exceeds supply. And we are projecting 20 new students in year one, more than 114 by year 5. Cost estimates are personnel related, will come from existing vacancies, and we are projecting that revenue will exceed expenses by year 5.
And I agree, based on personal experience with my company, that the demand is high and there aren't enough students coming out with these degrees, so thank you very much for that. Are there any comments or questions? I move to approve as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, thank you. Please proceed with item number 6.
Thank you. President recommends, Chancellor concurs, that the board approve a Master of Science in Fine Arts degree with a major in creative writing. This program will be a face-to-face program on the Lubbock campus housed within the Department of English. MFA in this field is considered a terminal degree. Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that there will be about 100,000 openings for positions such as English teachers, interpreters, translators, technical writers, and others. In Texas, there are 7 other programs, but we have many students who tell us that they're going to those programs instead of coming to our existing Master's in English program because we do not offer this degree. So we are projecting more than 20 students by year 5. Our program costs are personnel related, will come from existing vacancies, and we're projecting revenue to exceed expenses by year 5.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. Dr. D'Agostino, please proceed with item number 7.
Hey, Chad. How you doing?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. I'm going to be watching you. All right, good morning, everybody. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the appointment of Volker Neugebauer, MD, PhD, as Grover E. Murray Professor. The Grover E. Murray Professorship is the highest honor the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center may bestow upon a professor in recognition of national and international distinction for outstanding teaching, research, or clinical practice. Dr. Neugebauer meets the criteria for such a distinction. Dr. Neugebauer joined the TTU HSC School of Medicine in 2014. He is a professor and chair of the Department of Pharmacology and Neurosciences, the executive director and chief scientific officer of the Garrison Institute for Aging, and the director of the Center of Excellence for Translational Neurosciences and Therapeutics. He does all of that in a 1.0 FTE, by the way. He also holds the Giles McCrary Endowed Chair in Addiction Medicine and the Mildred and Shirley L. Garrison Endowed Chair in Aging. During his career at TTU HSC, he has received 5 highly prestigious research awards. These include the President's Excellence in Research Award in 2017, the Douglas M. Stocko Research Award in 2020 and 2024, and the Chancellor's Council Distinguished Research Award in 2021, and the University Distinguished Faculty in 2022. Dr. Neugebauer is an internationally recognized expert in neurosciences, particularly in understanding neuroplasticity, so the ability of our neurosystem to really adapt to stresses and challenges, and identifying novel therapeutic targets. His research has been continuously funded by the NIH since 1999, including 19 grants totaling $21 million, $9.7 million, which is currently active. In addition, he's received 18 foundation industry grants and 2 United States Department of Agriculture grants totaling nearly $2 million. His innovative research has also resulted in 2 patents. Dr. Neugebauer has published 144 peer-reviewed manuscripts, 27 book chapters, 345 scientific abstracts, and he has an H-index of 66. Just to highlight how big that is. 40 is really good. 60 is exceptional. He's at 66. So fill that in with whatever adjective you would like to demonstrate his prowess in this field. In addition, during his career, he has delivered 160 invited presentations at national and international conferences. While maintaining an active and sustained research program at TTU-HSC, Dr. Neugebauer generously volunteers his time. He mentors students, fellows, faculty, clinical residents, visiting professors, visiting scientists, and others who now hold respected positions in their fields. Besides being an outstanding faculty member, researcher, and mentor at TTU-HSC, Dr. Neugebauer has been a visionary and effective leader in the Department of Pharmacology and Neurosciences. And under his leadership, the department increased funding from 1 NIH grant in 2014 to 19 NIH grants plus 2 USDA grants. As the founding director of the Center of Excellence for Translational Neuroscience and Therapeutics, he's recruited 40 members from 15 departments, and in 2023, there were 137 publications, 64 invited presentations, and 54 awarded grants. The current grant funding is $92 million by these center members. As the director of the Garrison Institute on Aging, Dr. Neugebauer reorganized, revitalized, and improved the basic science division, established the quality control for the brain bank, and initiated community outreach and education with grant submissions. These fantastic accomplishments and his steadfast commitment to scholarship, professionalism, and mentorship makes him a deserving recipient. There have been 17 previous Grover E. Murray recipients.
Thank you. I'll admit, when I read this bio, I thought I misunderstood and that you were talking about 3 or 4 different people, because it's physically impossible to package all of these accomplishments into one single human, but I guess he is superhuman. So thank you very much for sharing his background with us. Any other comments or questions?
Darren and Dr. Ross Spearman, speak to, did Dr. Neugebauer, obviously his body of work speaks for itself, but and we don't give this award out very often, obviously 17 in the expansive time that it's been available. What criteria do you look for? Do they naturally just bubble up to the top? Is it obvious? Or what type of discernment or scrutiny analysis do you use in making that decision?
So we actually have a very prescribed process that we follow, and a very big part of this is his peer reviews, his scholars who also practice with him. There are letter of recommendations that come through from his peer scholars, not just within the Health Sciences Center, but across, for him in particular, across the world, because of his acknowledgement and his contributions to the body of knowledge for this particular area. He's an exceptional scientist, and we are so fortunate to have him on our team. He's visionary, his ideas, what he wants to continue to do. This last week, he just opened up a center to support families dealing with dementia and Alzheimer's right now, which was much needed here in this area. So he's not just a scientist, he's also a caregiver as well. He just hits every area of our values-based culture and who we are and what we do as a university.
Thank you.
Yeah, these recommendations come from his peers, and they bubble up to the deans who bring them to me, and then they go through the process that Dr. Rice Spearman talked about. The one thing that really highlights him, he's humble. He really does this out of the greatness of his heart. So in a few years, I do expect to be giving one of these awards to Jad. So my hope is we keep you on the straight and narrow. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually, all right.
Any other comments or questions? All right, then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last item for the ACS committee is item number 8, which is a report on Texas Tech University's Dallas-Fort Worth campus. So Dr. Hendrick, will you please present your report? Dr. Still, if you'll be joining him.
Yes. Thank you, Regent Chair Griffin. We appreciate the invitation at the last meeting. Come back, and to you, Regent Eric Davis, for giving us some time today. Texas Tech just recently completed a year-long strategic enrollment planning process. And we were pretty sure going into that process that online education would be a really important part of our future, and that serving non-traditional students would be an important part of our online mission. You may be aware there are 40 million or so Americans currently who have some college degree, some college credit, but not a college degree. 10% of those people live in Texas, 20% of those people live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And so today we're going to talk about how we're serving those populations. Our enrollment planning process proved our hunches correct, and so we have moved fairly aggressively in this way. We are also behind, frankly, where we should be, so that is one of the reasons we're moving pretty aggressively in this space. And we're looking not just at things that we can be doing, but things that we should not be doing as well. Access and affordability are really important values for us as it pertains to our students. And what we're doing in Dallas-Fort Worth site really, I think, speaks to both of those. So Dr. Brian Still is the Vice Provost for Texas Tech Online, really the driving force behind what we're doing there in our degree completion program. So I'm going to turn the rest of my time over to him.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. As you know, we officially opened up the DFW location in April. It is 27,000 square feet. It is just minutes away from the International Airport in Irving. We have 5 state-of-the-art classrooms there, as well as office space and ample meeting space for conferences and events. I was just there last week. To say that it's bustling with activity is an understatement. In fact, every office at this point is now full. We have so far had 38 events with more than 1,500 attendees. We are excited about a new iOS design lab, which is a partnership with Apple that will allow for us to provide free coding camps to school-age children around the DFW area, as well as engage with local businesses. We're teaching the MBA program as well as personal financial planning out of that particular location. Our enrollment management team, based in that area, is meeting with students and parents every day to bring them into the Red Raider family. We knew we wanted to be there. We have 60,000 alumni in the area. It was important for us to raise a flag there. The other big thing that the provost mentioned is that we have, for the last 3 months, begun teaching students in our $10,000 degree enrollment program. So this is an important opportunity for Texas Tech. This particular program, we are reaching out to a new population of students, as the provost mentioned. This is a population that really needs a different kind of education. It needs to be an education that is one in which they're admitted quickly. They have learning flexibility. They need affordability, and they expect to get some credit for work or life experience. This new 10K degree program that we're putting in place is designed to do that. It's our first effort to try to engage that student population by going to where they need to be and giving them opportunities to be flexible. We currently have, this is our very first class that you see that is enrolled in this program. They are average age 41. They are now some 95 students have enrolled. Some of them were so close to graduation that they will actually graduate this fall. What we do is We bring them in and we advise them. We provide them free prior learning credit. And then we put them into free micro-credential courses, all convertible to credit. So they take those classes, they create a network of support for each other. And if they have 80 or more credits and their core is completed, by the time they're done at Texas Tech, they finish their degree for $10,000. And we think this is an important first statement to this particular population. You can see they're very excited, and they are moving through. They come in 2 Saturdays a month. They pick up those micro-credentials. And it's just a statement that we're trying to make that we'd like to see transferable to this particular population, given its needs. Here's one story from one of the students that is in that program, but you can see it speaks to just exactly who we are identifying, people that are coming back to school, fitting into their lives, and we're giving them opportunities to accomplish something that in some respects they'd given up on at one point, and now they're able to complete their degrees. Affordable school, prior learning credit, micro-credentials, and then also something that we started and made the board aware of last August is our industry certification program, which we see as a pathway for non-traditional students, but also a way to give a value to the current education our students have. Over 2,000 students and faculty and staff at Texas Tech have already enrolled in our industry certification programs. Almost 400 have completed certificates. And this, if you remember, is a photo of Chancellor Mitchell's son's platoon deployed to Lithuania for NATO last year. And many of the students soldiers in that unit were able to complete their industry certification in the field, literally. In fact, 15% of all online students who applied to Texas Tech in fall 24 are active duty military or their dependents. So this is an opportunity for us with programs like that to engage them, but it's also a way to just, provide another pathway for non-traditional students who want to see value like that in their programs that they have. They want to see something that goes tangible along with what they're getting for their education. So we really are in the beginning stages of this transformation of online experience. We are putting more degrees online. We are hiring more credentialed faculty. Our goal is to create a signature experience for our online students, one that rivals what we do, we think, very well for our traditional students. My daughter takes advantage of our Texas Tech education here, but there are things that online students can't get access to that my daughter has. They obviously can't have a network. They can't go to campus. So what we're attempting to do is create a situation in which we give them what they need and we go to where they are and they get an affordable, flexible education. So some of our goals are that we admit them very quickly. If you don't admit a student who applies online within about a week, they go someplace else. We are also trying to waive the application fee. That's critical because they're making choices and sometimes money is a huge part of that. We are putting them in micro-credentials right away so they can take their classes almost immediately because that's critical as well for this particular population. And we are moving also toward an 8-week course model because that flexibility is necessary. In fact, Angelo State and Midwestern State are experimenting with that as well. We think that's necessary as we engage these online students. What's also critical for this population is that we find a way to support them. Beyond giving them flexibility, beyond making things affordable, what can we do to help them out? So as a part of the signature experience, we are hiring online student advocates. And the idea behind that is, if I'm an online student and I have a question or a concern at any time, I will have an advocate dedicated to me. And so at any point through my academic journey, from the time I enroll until the time I graduate, my advocate will be there for me and help me along that journey. And that's a critical thing for an online student who's doing this sometimes and adding on to the other things in life and not having that particular network that they would normally get on campus, but they don't have when they're online. So we are expanding our offerings. We're committed as an institution to this strategically. We think this is important. That we move in this direction, and we certainly appreciate the board's support by passing the program fee that allowed for us to do the 10K degree completion program as well as industry certification, and we would welcome any questions you may have for us about our initiatives.
Dr. Steele, how does this roll into our overall enrollment numbers? Since they have, are they counted as newly enrolled, or how does that process, or how does that look?
Yes, sir. So when they matriculate and enroll, they're Texas Tech students, so
So it feeds into the normal, whether you're a freshman or whether have 3 years of experience, you come in counted as part of the enrollment.
yes, sir. I mean, in most cases, these students are coming in obviously with some college credit that varies, and so they won't generate as much SCH at Texas Tech, but they're all enrolled matriculated students and count toward our enrollment. It's a different population in that respect, but given the size of that compared to the traditional age population, it's a great opportunity for us.
And do we have an idea of where this may lead as it pertains to the amount of students that will come in?
So we're looking at our numbers now. The one thing I will say is just with some minimal effort, without getting this completely off the ground in a full way, between fall 23 and fall 24, we've already seen a 46% increase in enrollment in the classes online. So as we add more programs, that's critical. I think we will see that that trend line will continue.
And because of the nature of being online, the space that you need is where you are today. It will continue to suffice no matter what the amount of enrollment would be.
I think so.
Okay.
Regent Cash, about the numbers. The provost mentioned a strategic enrollment plan, and the final report was provided last week. And the firm that we hired to help us devise that plan said if we do nothing differently, by 2028, we would see a drop in enrollment of 1,500 students. This is an example of some of the new things they're doing. And they project by 2028, with this and other things that are going on in the provost office with Brian and others, our enrollment will be 42.5. There'll be an increase. They're going to find 3,000 more students. But it's not just about the head count. I think that's the point that we've always tried to emphasize. It's the very things that they address in terms of opportunity and the student credit hours.
Dr. Steele, are there other programs like this in the Metroplex that we compete with? Are we the first?
I think with regard to the 10K program, if you remember a number of years ago, I think there was a call to see if institutions could put a $10,000 degree on the table. I'm not aware of any programs currently. There are certainly degree completion programs in the metropolitan area there and elsewhere, but I'm not aware of any one that is offering the idea of being able to complete your degree for $10,000.
Hey, Ron, could you kind of give the history of how we marketed this as compared to the industry certification program, and which we did first, but somebody else got all the attention?
That's right. Another system grabbed a lot of attention around that. So we've worked really intentionally to publicize this, to really target it at this particular audience through our media and advertising, digital ads, and others. To be very strategic. So obviously we are interested in all students, whether they want to start fresh or complete their degree programs. But there are very unique aspects to this that contribute to this cost. The work with the faculty that was done here to get credit for prior learning, the conversion of the industry certifications into college credit toward their degrees. So I think that speaks, again, as Brian said, we've had a lot of early success. How many students have inquired about this program?
It's over 700 now.
Yeah. So, and we've got a conversion rate once they meet with us of 63%. So as you might expect, this is a population where you get some no-shows and other sort of things, but people see the program, they recognize it's very good turnout. And most of these students have no prior connection to Texas Tech.
That's right.
Yeah.
Are most of the students that are enrolled from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or, I'm thinking of a lot of people that I know in Houston that are of this category that would love to enroll in a program like this, but I have not seen it advertised in Houston.
Right. So DFW, the Metroplex, is where we're starting. We actually have one student from Houston who came. They have to do, the certifications require 4 trips in person where they sort of bond and we build our connection. We actually have one who's traveled from Lubbock. So we think there is other strategy to sort of expand offerings here. It's a very competitive space, so I will respectfully refrain from talking about that, but happy to do that offline.
Well, I just want to make a comment about the space. I had the opportunity to come when you opened the facility,
Yes.
and it is amazing. And it's such a great attribute for Texas Tech. And it is that the interior, you walk in, and if you've never been a Red Raider, you walk in and you're glad to be a Red Raider. And I just think it's just so sophisticated and yet comfortable. And it's not, I mean, you can, from the pictures, you can kind of get a little sense of the openness, but it is just, well done.
Thank you.
I would concur with Regent Sweat's remarks. We both had the privilege of attending kind of the grand opening, and you would have been very proud of the energy and the opportunity that's being presented. Clay, you ask about expansion. There are expansion opportunities in that building if the need arises for us to do it. And you'll find this interesting. A competing system in our state previously had that space, and they just couldn't quite figure out a way to make it work, but we did. And I think that speaks volumes to what we're doing. And I'm also intrigued with the picture of the battalion, the connectivity that we can have at MSU and ASU with our relationships with the military at both of those locations to see if we can extend that marketing to this type of an opportunity where they get the credit, obviously, for the student, but some of the groundwork or legwork, if you will, has already been done to provide those courses. Is that a possibility?
Certainly worth exploring. Military is overrepresented in online populations generally by a factor of about 3. But as Brian said, there are 15% of these degree completion students that have enrolled are active military or dependent. So it's a much higher population. The average online student is 31 years of age, so this group is a full decade older who are looking to complete their degree. So again, it really requires some very tailored marketing that the president alluded to that I think we've been pretty successful at.
Provost Hendrick and Dr. Steele, well done. Well done. If you have not had the opportunity, I would invite you, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and your schedule permits, to go by and see what's happening there. It's transformational, in my opinion. Thank you.
Regent Carrick, if I could, when you were asking, do they mostly come from Dallas? The day the program was announced, the next day, I got a call from some alumni who are very generous donors of this university, and they had had dinner the night before with a former Red Raider who's in the NFL Hall of Fame. They were in Florida, and they wanted to know if he was eligible for the program. Of course he is. She offered to pay for his degree, the $10,000. I said, I think he can afford it.
Well, any other final comments or questions? All right, well, thank you very much, Dr. Hendrick and Dr. Still. This has been a really great briefing, and we look forward to your continued success.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Next to meet is the Audit Committee. That is chaired by Regent Acosta, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please proceed with the Audit Committee meeting.
Good morning, everyone. The Audit Committee is called to order, and I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 9th, 2024. Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Mrs. Turner, please present item number 1, which pertains to the approval of the 2025 annual audit plan for the Texas Tech University System.
Thank you so much. Each year, we go through about a half-a-year process to develop the plan that we're about to propose to you. Our standards require that periodically I review the definition of internal auditing, including our code of ethics with the board and senior leadership. You see those here. The mission of our office is to enhance and protect organizational value by providing risk-based and objective assurance, advice, and insight. And our planning processes are required to be on a risk assessment basis. This is an overview. We have a little over 20,000, what you would think of as chargeable hours that we allocate to various aspects of our work. About 2/3 of those hours will be spent on risk-based engagements, including following up on those after the fact. We have required engagements. Those are required by external entities like NCAA. Some of our policies require those, statutes, contracts, or other things. About 6% of our time will be on that. I reserve about 2,500 hours a year for fraud investigations. Unfortunately, we exceeded those hours in the current fiscal year. We're knocking on wood and working with a number of people to try to be sure we are able to stay within that by having fewer investigations through better controls. Our other value-added work is also very important. We categorize this in generally 3 categories. Service to our institutions. So this is work that's not audits. It's things like doing fraud prevention training, working on some data analytics for some offices behind the scenes. We serve on a variety of committees. There's a list actually in one of the documents that you have, but we like to do that because it allows us to help serve in ways in addition to the audit and advisory work that we do. We also, it's important, I know I've talked about this before, it's very important that we serve our profession. And so many of the people in our office serve as officers or committee members or mentors or in other roles related to the profession in associations like the Association of College and University Auditors, the Texas Association, the Certified Fraud Examiners chapter in El Paso, internal audit chapters in Lubbock and El Paso, Texas Society of CPAs, and others. And then we also do peer reviews. We have our own peer review coming up in a couple of weeks where auditors from 4 different universities around the country are going to come in and assess us. We also return the favor, not one for one with those schools, but with other schools. We serve that way. And then we do a lot of professional development to keep our professional engagement, our competency up to speed. We go to conferences, we have some of that internally, and then we have a robust quality assurance program as well. Here's a one depiction of the risk landscape across the system. We derive this from a survey that we send out to probably around 100 people. We follow the survey up with interviews with all of them, and you see general categories here. I'm not going to read any of those to you, but all of the red boxes, we are doing audit work at 1 or more universities that touch on that risk in this fiscal 25 plan. Over the course of a 2 or 3 year period, we hit all of these boxes and some of them multiple times. Things like resource management is a very common thing that we're looking at, funding streams, federal and state regulatory and research compliance, athletics, and others. This next slide takes the previous slide of risks and adds in the black boxes. The black boxes don't represent every single engagement that we have proposed for fiscal 25, but it's a fair number of them, and you see sort of how we spread those that work out. Again, we're heavy in resource management. That's definitely bread and butter, looking at process analysis, doing some real foundational work and controls in areas like accounts payable. We've got a lot of IT audit work up here. Our IT audit team is just firing on all cylinders. They do such a great job working with the chief information officers and others across our systems. So again, I'm not going to read any of these to you, but if you have questions about any, I'm happy to answer those. And with that, I respectfully request approval of the 2025 audit plan.
Very good. Are there any questions or comments? If not, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. Turner, for that report. Next, we will have Ms. Turner and Ms. Jack present item number 2, which pertains to the audits.
Thank you. Senate Bill 17, you may recall, is called Responsibility of Governing Boards regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And in order to give you, the Board of Regents, assurance prior to your certification to the state related to this bill, we performed an audit, and I'm going to ask Teresa Jack, our Assistant Chief Audit Executive, to talk about that. She was the project lead and actually did a lot of the work on this engagement. Teresa.
Thank you. So we started this audit in the spring. We wanted to give all of our institutions, the opportunity to do what they needed to do before the effective date of January 1st of this year. And so when we started, we had two objectives with the audit. And again, we did this at all 5 of our institutions. The first was just to look at what was done prior to that January 1st effective date, to make sure that we all obtained initial compliance with this law. And then the second was to look at, okay, now that we've achieved initial compliance, do we have processes in place going forward to make sure that we can maintain the compliance? And so the audit procedures that we performed were very extensive. Again, not going to read this to you, but we did all 13 of these steps at each of our institutions. The main part of it was to look at the prohibitions within Senate Bill 17 to make sure that, we had addressed all of those things like closing DEI offices or repurposing those offices, and people who had DEI-related responsibilities in those offices or elsewhere at our institutions to make sure that those duties were changed, make sure that we weren't compelling or inducing applicants to jobs to submit DEI statements or to give preferential treatment based on such statements, to make sure that we weren't requiring DEI training for students who were enrolling or for any of our employees at our institutions. And then we also did some expanded looks at things like websites and social media content after that January 1st date, just to make sure that kind of things were cleaned up and that there wasn't anything kind of hanging out there that could draw attention to this topic. So overall, our conclusions were that all of our institutions have taken the necessary steps to meet that initial compliance. And then we had one recommendation for each institution, and it was the same recommendation to just kind of formalize a monitoring program going forward to help ensure that we maintain this compliance. And within that recommendation, we had several bullet points of things to consider, including in this monitoring program. Things like just periodic awareness campaigns. Compliance is ongoing. We can't just stop once we meet that initial compliance. We're going to have turnover in faculty, staff, and students, so we need to make sure that as new people come on board, they understand this law, what it means, maybe who to contact if they have questions. And so that was one thing in there to consider, is just periodic awareness campaigns. Another thing is just to continue, our HR departments continue to look at all job descriptions and postings before they are put out there. So just several things like that. And the last is some sort of reporting, because as you know, you all are going to be responsible for certifying to the state that our institutions are in compliance. So some sort of reporting that comes up to each president and then can come to the chancellor and to you to give you all assurance that our institutions are in compliance with this law. So that's kind of the overview of it, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I would just ask a question. Are we comfortable with the reporting process once this is completed? Is it annually, quarterly? And who do we report this information to?
So in the law, it states that the board will certify compliance for our institutions to the state legislature and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and that must be done before August 31st of each year. And so, part of our work was to encourage the presidents to give you some sort of information, report, whatever format that might be in, to give you that assurance before then you all have to submit that certification by August 31st.
Very good. Thank you.
So the first certification is due here in 3 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any state oversight? Will they, obviously they'll review the report. Do they audit? Do they make campus visits to verify?
Yes, in the law, it does talk about the state auditor's office having some audit responsibilities regarding this. We don't know exactly what SAO will look at when they do these audits. We believe they're starting at Texas A&M, will be their first audit that they do in this area. And so we're hoping that once that happens, we'll kind of then know kind of what they're looking for when they do their audit.
Thank you.
Very good. Are there any other comments or questions?
I'll just make one comment. Teresa and her team looked at not only the letter of the law, but they discerned whether the institutions were following the spirit of the law. And our reports state that all 5 institutions are following both the letter and the spirit of the law. You can't list every single thing in any compliance function that could be right or could be wrong, but the universities really did step up and make a huge effort. General Counsel, the Office of EEO, and Martha Brown in Governmental Relations worked very hard to put a framework in place for what's okay and what's not okay, communicated that across the system, and the universities really got behind that in a full-throated effort.
And thank you for leading the effort, both of you, for such a detailed and organized and important issue in our state. So
Teresa's team spent probably about 1,000 hours on this.
oh my word, very good.
So it was a very in-depth.
Good work.
Series of work.
If
that
there are
concludes
no
our-
other comments, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Audit Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Acosta. Next up will be the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as the chair, and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please continue with the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our extremely efficient and entertaining meeting held on May 9th.
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 1.
No pressure. So, starting at Angelo State University, approve additional scope of work for the Meyer Museum expansion project, increase the total project budget, amend a design professional agreement, and amend a competitive seal proposal agreement. So, congratulations to President Hawkins and his team for securing another gift for the Meyer Museum. And as a reminder, this is where it sits on campus. This is the site plan. This is the expansion that you approved back in May of the southwest corner of the Meyer Museum expansion, and right now our contractor is out there. He's mobilized, he's doing demo and also doing utilities, and this is kind of how the Meyer sits out. So the blue is the existing building that we completed back in January of 21. The bottom left is the expansion that you approved in May, and then the one we're looking at today is the top left expansion. So this is how it lays out overall on that end of the museum. Top left is the expansion again. That's 2,700 square feet of event and gallery space. And the additional project scope is to provide 2,700 gross square foot addition to the northwest corner of the building for open gallery space for traveling and permanent exhibits. So it looks like this. The additional request is the $3.4 million. That does include all the design and construction for this new addition to make the total project budget almost $8 million. We're going to talk a little bit in the next item also about the gift for this initiative also. So here's the recommendation: to authorize the chancellor and chancellor's designee to approve the additional scope of work to increase the budget by the $3.4 million, amend the design professional agreement, and report the project to the THECB, and also amend the competitive seal proposal. What we're requesting today is that we use the same architect and the same contractor just to move on and do these two projects at the same time. So the total project budget includes the institutional's previous authorized project budget of 4.5, and the additional scope will be funded with gifts. That's the recommendation.
And there's no conflict with without bidding these back out again to use the same architect and construction manager?
No, sir, we can amend their contract. It's like a very large change order, basically what this is. And we do have some efficiencies with having this team just continue on and to work together. So they'll actually be, after we go through this process today, if I get approval, I'll issue a notice to proceed on Monday, and they can actually be working on both projects at the same time.
Any additional questions? Do I hear a motion on this item?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Mr. Breedlove, that motion passes. Mr. Kramer and President Hawkins, would you please present item number 2?
Good morning, everyone. This is to approve the naming within the Meyer Museum and the expansion project. As Billy pointed out, here are the two additions that we're proposing today. Just to go back, give a little bit of history of what's gone on at Angelo State and this asset, not only to the community, but the region, the state itself. The official groundbreaking was on May 21st of 2021. If y'all remember, the Board of Regents were hosted at Angelo State University on August 12th of 2022. Those of you that participated in that event, we did have a great event inside of that museum, so a lot of you were able to actually see and be part of that community because it was not only hosted for the Board of Regents, but we had community members there as well. And then just recently in March, I was able to host the Texas Tech Foundation at Angelo State University, thanks to President Hawkins and his team. So we had all of our foundation board members and our spouses that are associated with that organization got a behind-the-scenes tour of it. So it has been a tremendous asset to all of us. So at this point in time, President Hawkins, I know you know the Meyer family extremely well. They have always been generous donors to your campus.
Yes, and I would add to that, Mrs. Meyer is very active in what is going on inside the museum and how we work in there, and it's not a bad thing. I'm just saying she's active in there. And one of the things that we want to do in relation to all of the Meyers that have been outstanding supporters of Angelo State University across the board, not just in the museum, is name those particular areas as a result of an ask of the Meyers.
Great. So the recommendation today is to authorize the Chancellor or the Chancellor's designee to approve the following namings related to the expansion of the Angelo State University Meyer Museum and honor recognition of those two separate gifts. So when we look at the first one being the Solomon and Ernestine Bush Meyer Gallery, that's the first one. The second one being the Meyer Hall of Honor in memory of Ferdinand and Jet Steiner Meyer. So the donors concur with the naming of these spaces, and the signage will be appropriately named. Recommendation, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 3.
Moving to Midwestern State University, item number 3 is to approve the concept and authorize the expenditures of the Student Success and Military Education Center project for Design Professional Stage 1 Design Services. So I think Provost has a few comments on this new initiative. It's very exciting.
Thank you. So I looked back at my calendar. September 19th was our first meeting with Shepherd Air Force Base with Dr. Haney and I to talk to them about expanding and building our partnership with Shepherd Air Force Base. And so in that time, we've made great strides to get what we need to make that happen. And I'd say that there are 4 things that we identified as elements that were required. The structure in the academic programs, and so making sure that's still an ongoing project. The staffing, so making sure that we have the individuals who can be in contact with these military-affiliated individuals to help ease the progress to campus. And we have both identified someone existing, and then I'm hiring a new military and adult education manager in the coming month to help us with that effort. The support and the space sort of come together to realize that we need the support not only for our institution to be able to build the infrastructure we need, but also to support those students, military affiliated, and then to support the space as is being approved here. So we have secured on campus commitments from the Bridwell Foundation, the Bryant Edwards Foundation, the Fain Foundation, the McCoy Foundation, and the City of Wichita Falls. Just this week, the City of Wichita Falls approved the remaining half of the funding needed for this project. The other $2 million was secured from donor funding. And so we anticipate, and you've seen the space up on our campus, that will be the home for a military education center. In addition, we have $750,000 towards scholarships. We anticipate, we have had lots of inquiries in terms of helping us further with that. And so the hope is that, the anticipation is that we'll have a fully outfitted space and the staffing required by January 2026 in that building for supporting our Shepherd partners.
Thank you. Any questions? So this is where it's going to be located, the Bridwell Activity Center. I believe the board toured that when we were at MSU for board meeting. And so this is located on the 2nd floor, and you can see the blue is the area that we're talking about today, the 11,000 square feet. And then the pink is for future. That's 6,600 square feet total. hopefully this program will take off and we can expand into those spaces too. But this is what the space looks like. It's just an open shell space, so it's very clean. It's ready to go as soon as we get approval for that. So what we're going to do today is seek your approval to use the same architectural firm that did level 1 in Regent Wamble. That firm is actually on our pre-qual list, so we can do that by state procurement law. And to execute a design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 design services to move forward on the project's vision. We're going to program, do schematic design, do a probable cost for that, and also a project schedule. Project overview, the Daniel building was renovated into the Bridwell Activities Center and made available for student use in August of '22. The project remodeled the first floor only, and so the second floor total area that we're looking at is 17,600 up there. We're looking to utilize 11,000 square feet with 66 left over. Program phase for the project will define the specific needs for each group as they move forward on the project. So the budget request is $99,725 for professional service and some other few items there. And the recommendation is to approve the expenditures of the $99,000 to in order to provide planning and design services for the Student Success and Military Education Center project with an anticipated project budget of $4 million, award the design professional agreement, authorize stage 1 design services, and be funded through the grants and gifts that she explained.
Any questions? Or hear a motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 4.
Headed to Junction, approve expenditures of the Junction Campus Wildlife Disease and Deer Research Facility and the Llano River Conservation Center. Projects for design professional stage 2 and for construction manager at risk for pre-con services. We're ready to move on with design, and we're also ready to put a contractor on. So this is, I wanted to show one photo on this. You can see the top left, that's South Llano River. And then the bottom right, that was at the end of July. And our resident kayaker, Steve Sosslin, kayaks there often and usually takes him an hour and a half to make that journey. It took him 22 minutes. So Olympics, here he comes. So this is a site plan, 411 acres. That we acquired from Texas A&M back in 1971. Shows the 2 project sites there. So the design team, Huckabee, is ready to move into stage 2 for design development, CDs, CA process, statement of probable costs, and project schedule. And then we're also looking for our CM at risk to basically get started. We are having some budget issues on this, so value engineering, cost control is going to be our main objective for this move. So again, 2 buildings. This is the research facility. It's 1,000 to 1,500 gross square foot BSL2. It's a modular. We're either going to build it in place or set one in place, and it's got a few other areas there that you can see. And then the conference center, 7,000 square feet, 200 seats of meeting for the events. You know, one of the things that this is going to do, give the campus a great meeting area. So we're going to look at a large multi-purpose and classroom space on there with some kind of operable partition. So the budget's for an additional 412 for 773,000 revised budget. Majority of that's professional services. So here's the recommendation to authorize to move forward with stage 2 design and also get our pre-con guy going with our CM at risk to authorize pre-construction services and amend those contracts. Total expenditure $773,000, so that's the recommendation.
Any questions for Billy? Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll take that as a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? That motion passes as well. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 5 along with Mrs. Sloan.
Sure. So this is an exception to the Regent rules for Holden Hall. This is a CCAP project. And this is very similar to what you've seen in the past. This dates back to May of 2022. And I think when you look in my facilities report in item number 8, you can see the 4 buildings that we've done this to, the biology building, science building, experimental science building, and the chemistry building. Like I said, they date back to May of 22. So it's very similar to what we're doing there. And there's Holden Hall, which I'm sure most people have had a class in there. So this is, again, this is just more renovation work that's going on, the 10.7 million from CCAP. And these projects will last 3 to 4 years, multiple contractors, multiple design teams. A lot of the work's going to be done by Texas Tech operations. So it's more of a deferred maintenance, if anything. And so we're looking at life safety upgrades, accessibility upgrades, infrastructure repairs, renovation of the restrooms, replacement of the emergency generator, and then also some HVAC upgrades. So this is kind of what it looks like right now and some of the hallways. And so what the recommendation, sir, is to authorize Chancellor or the Chancellor's designee to authorize initiation of the Holden Hall building renovation project through the CCAP funds, approve an exception to the Regent rule, that's to let operations manage this instead of our team, waive the use of the CM agent, waive the board directed fee for landscape, waive the board directed fee for public art, and report to the Board of Regents, which, like I said, you can see those in item number 8 in my reports. So, and also we're going to report this to the THECB and authorized for the total project budget of the $10.782 million for this project. Again, this is CCAP funded and will be first issued through the RFS.
Any additional questions?
I have one question. What's the long-range plan for Holden Hall? I know these are basic renovations to get us up to code, but what's the future vision with the establishment of the Academic Sciences Building and everything else? I couldn't remember.
Regent Carrick, it will be primarily dedicated to the use of the Whitaker College of Engineering, but there will be some classrooms that are broadly used. So that's the long-term ambition.
Okay, thank you.
Billy, when was Holden Hall constructed, and are there any asbestos issues at all?
I'm not sure the date of construction, but I'm sure that when we do a deep renovation like this, especially when we get in the mechanical areas or some floor tile, it could be some ceiling tile, we'll probably see that, and I'm not sure. We've done asbestos reports on all the existing buildings out there. I just have to pull that for you, but there will be some issues there, I'm sure.
President Skubanek, when I went to Tech, my first really big, large class was, I believe, history before 1877. And I walked into Holden Hall with what seemed to be like 5,000 students. So where is history going to go after this?
They would probably still use that building.
Okay.
As there will be some general purpose classrooms. And speaking of that class, a while back, sometimes I just go sit in on a class, and I did go sit in on a history class for about 300 students in their pre-Reconstruction period, 1877. But it was amazing how that faculty member was actually able to engage those students in conversation as he taught it.
I sat right next to a former Texas Tech quarterback that will remain nameless, but received a 0.0 GPA. I had not a very high bar to hit in that class. I could achieve that at least. So.
Now, what did you make?
Just a tick bit, just a little bit higher.
Okay. You did okay.
Regent Cash, I think that's that same person that at the DFW campus, that woman's hoping to pay for his $10,000.
He's probably going to need it.
This is more suited for the academic committee than the facilities committee. All right, any more pertinent questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented? Does Mrs. Sloan was she going to do part of this presentation?
Not unless I needed her. You might. I'm not sure.
She does have the checkbook.
She does have the checkbook, and she's very important.
So moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 6.
HSC Lubbock 5B West Research Lab Renovation Project. We are trying to put our construction manager at risk for pre-construction services on. We talked about this project this May. So this is where it's located, Pod B, 5th floor, west side. And if you remember, this was the existing floor plan that we're going in. This is kind of what the spaces are looking like right now. And we are going to build a big flexible space right there. It's got stationary walls around that space. But this is the one where we've got some modular equipment, some demountable partitions. We've got movable utilities that we can do. You can see the utility connection up there. I think this floor plan, that reflected ceiling plan, shows like 88 of those spaces. They'll be laid out on 11-foot grids. And so this isn't the hard part. Really the hard part's going to be starting to get some pricing on this, because it's got really the meat and potatoes of this is going to be the electrical and the mechanical equipment that's in there. But that's kind of going to be what it looks like. You can see all the equipment on rollers. You can see the demountable partitions. So this plan was devised by the HSC group with Harry Slough in charge of that. So the scope of services is we're trying to put our CM at risk, or get our contractor on board to do some pre-construction activities, to look at project evaluation, site analysis, constructability review, value engineering, scheduling, cost control, and also the GMP. So we'll start, HSC does a great job. They know their mechanical equipment and their electrical equipment. But this design is going to be a little bit different, because you got to have a lot of connections up there as we move the spaces around, built around the researchers' needs and what projects are going to do. But you can imagine if you have a ductwork and you go in and you do all the testing and balancing on it, and then you add another space, you make another connection, it kind of takes the balance out. And so we've got to do an extensive amount of research or engineering on this to make sure it's adaptable. So the project's got 13,670 square feet. It's going to be for BSL2 and BSL2 plus labs. All the existing FF&E is going to be removed and reconfigured. All the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems within the area renovation will be updated or reconfigured. And that's the one I'm telling you is the majority of this work, and getting that right. And so we're trying to get our contractor on and probably bring in some subs early to start looking at some of that work. So the renovations will provide the flexibility to accommodate different room configurations in order to meet the various needs. And we probably have 30 or 40 different kind of room configurations that space can have. So the project budget's for an additional $86,891. That's mainly for some pre-construction services and some other things that we've got to start digging into for a revised budget of the $1.2 million. The overview is to approve the expenditures of the $86,891 for a total of $1.2. Again, this is CCAP, and for an anticipated project budget of $11 million. This is one of, we've probably got two more that follow this based on kind of as we get into this and see how the researchers like it and HSC likes it. The next two phases, we're not exactly sure where they're going to go, but they could have some kind of hybrid mix of this, or we might just follow this same suit. But we're looking for the pre-construction services. So total expenditures of 1.2 approved, previously approved 1.1 million, be funded through CCAP. That's the recommendation.
Any questions?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rice-Spearman, do you want to talk a little bit about the utility of having modular labs?
Going to turn on. This is really the future of what research is going to look like in major universities. The ability to bring in teams of researchers, reconfigure space quickly to adapt to their needs and what they're going to need to be able to do. Also support current research. It allows us to look at research space that's currently dedicated to researchers based on performance, also the teaching that's going on in those labs, and it's really allowing us this maximum flexibility. I cannot say enough about Dr. Slough, Billy's team, and allowing us to really be very forward-thinking about what the future of research is going to look like and how we're going to be able to use this space very flexible to support research and what we're doing.
In Regent Cash, you asked in May about the cost, and the costs are looking pretty favorable. They're not much different, but it does provide us the flexibility. In fact, HSC is also using this at the Midland in that new building that we're going to build there. It has a lot of office spaces and testing places there that we're going to use this same concept. So it's not new to the industry, but it's maybe a little bit new to us. We're just going to see how it plays out.
Is there a concern that sound and privacy and that there will be applications where this kind of modular or flexible construction doesn't lend itself well in some other aspects of office life?
You know, we can design it for however we want based on, you know, sound, it's called STC ratings that we can do that on. The interesting thing of this is a BSL2 and a BSL2 plus, and so that tells me that these walls have that much integrity in them for sealing them off and making sure that they're tight. So we don't see that's an issue. This has been done many times on labs in the past around the country. And so Harry's seen that and Lance has seen that. And so this is something that they brought to the table that they've had past experience with.
Okay.
Part of the issue with the way labs are configured, and this is specifically wet labs, the way they're configured there with solid walls everywhere, if you have a researcher that comes in that gets additional funding and they need additional space, it's very difficult. Conversely, if a researcher loses funding, they still have this big space. So you can reconfigure according to the needs. So there's more that goes in on the front end, but it makes it far more flexible on the back end when you do that. And so you know, and Harry's life, Billy mentioned this, is to credit for this. Because, you know, from the get-go when he started this, he said we need to start thinking through doing this as we expand and contract different research areas. We need the flexibility in the building to do it. So I hope that when this is all done, everybody gets a chance to go through and see how this operates in real time. So.
But Regent Walby, you're correct in that I think a lot of the folks that are going to be in this space have the same concerns that you just mentioned. And it's kind of like we got to show them that it can be done. So I think buy-in is probably going to be the hardest thing for us right now, is to take people out of their norm and put them into something like this. So.
Okay. Any additional questions for Billy? Do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented? Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present our last item, item number 7.
Going to El Paso, Health Science Center in El Paso, approve expenditures of the Clinical Science Building Project for Design Professional Stage 2 Design Services. Again, this is a CCAP project, and I'm going to only talk about the clinical portion of this, and you'll see in a minute, it's one building that also has a cancer center with it, but this is only the clinical that I'm talking about. In May, you approved for us to proceed with design for the cancer clinic. So that design stage 2 is ongoing. What we're trying to do now is catch the clinic up from stage 1 design to stage 2. But this is kind of the conceptual site plan that we're working with Dr. Lang and his team on. And it's kind of looking out to the future a little bit. As you can see on the far left, there's a kind of a monumental entrance into the campus as he progresses and buys property and we move this campus towards the interstate. We're trying to get a front door for this, and especially for this building that has cancer clinic and also the clinical building in this. This thing has moved around. At one time, we had 3 different buildings. We had the cancer clinic, we had imaging, and we also had the clinical building. But as we are challenged with, and I'll talk about that a little bit, challenged with square footage, programming space, and also the budget, we've elected to move to one building. And that has its efficiencies in all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, the site. It's got efficiencies for all the utilities that run to those buildings, the backup generators. So we have moved with Dr. Lang's consent to move to one building there. So we're still working on what that looks like. You can see there's a lot of parking because this is such a large building, and this has quite a few visitors to it. So that's kind of how it's shaping up on the site as we move forward. This is a stacking diagram of this, and this is cut through. You can see the section up there at the top left. You'll notice everything on the left is pink. That's the cancer center, and then the clinical building is in the purple on the right. And as a reminder, this site slopes about 18 to 20 feet from left to right. So one of the advantages that Dr. Lang wanted to take out of this site was, you can see Rad Onc in the bottom left, that radiation facility. We're going to let the natural ground use the shielding there for that. And so you can see oncology would come in on that level, and then as it slopes down, you can see the clinical interest on the right-hand side there. This is looking from Rick Francis Street, so you're looking back to the east on this. So north is on the left and south is on the right. This is kind of an exploded diagram of this too. Again, you can see the pink being cancer on the left, clinical on the right. One of the things that Dr. Lang and his team, and also UMC, has challenged us with is making two distinct entrances into this building. Since we combined it into one, that has its challenges, but having a comprehensive cancer center that's shown on the pink, having that own entryway for that when a cancer patient shows up, to have that experience that we're looking for when we're calling it Hope Begins Here, for them to have that experience and know they're in a cancer center. And it's also has to do with NCI designation further down in the future. And then you can see the clinical sciences building on the right. You know, one of the things that Dr. Lang told me that his existing space, his existing clinical space, which is over on UMC campus, has 1,200 visitors a day. Is that correct, Dr. Lang? 1,200 a day, and that's been there for almost 40 years. So as this thing evolves and programming takes place, we've got to look at the next 10 to 20 years is kind of what we've been charged to do. Taking a space that was at full capacity from 40 years ago that had about 173,000 square feet in that clinical building is to look and see what does this look like on this. So what we're asking your permission to do today is to move into stage 2 design to catch up with the Cancer Center stage 2 design and create design development, construction documents, CA phases, statement of probable cost, and project schedule. We do have Hensel Phelps as our contractor, and they're working on probable cost also, but quite frankly, we are really zeroing in on design and trying to see if there's any more efficiencies that we can find and what those costs are starting to look like. But this is the project overview. It's 234,000 square feet. This is just for the clinical side. In the past, we showed 160,000 square feet, so you can see it's about a 46% increase. It's got the clinical science building. It is being built again, like the second bullet says, with the Comprehensive Cancer Center. And then the new facility has all those different clinics that are listed there. And our meetings have included all those clinicians in all of this, and so their input is very valued for our design team. And we're using the largest medical design team in the country on this, so we've got some really good technology and really good folks working on this. And it's also got a non-oncology infusion center that has been also requested. And then we've got a lot of exam and procedure rooms, and that's one of the things that's grown as we've gone through preliminary design on this, is looking at the Oak Clinic building, how many exam rooms they had for the 1,200 patients, and trying to figure out what that's going to look like in 10 to 20 years. Obviously, the population in El Paso has grown in the last 40 years, and we're at full capacity now, and really can't see any more patients. So they're trying to look into the future and see what that looks like. So the exam rooms have grown a little bit. And then we got all the support areas for the clinical operation, admin, building support rooms, and then the parking that I showed you on that past plan. We're going to almost have 1,000 parking spaces for this clinic and cancer center. And so that's a lot of surface that we're taking up. We're also looking at maybe what does that look like to start the base of a parking garage in this? Would it cost more now? Yeah, it costs more now, but in the future we could add to that and go up if we had to. So our job is to give Dr. Lang as many options that we can for the future of this campus. So here's the cost. Additional request is for the $6.2 million. Majority of that's all in professional services. That's for the clinical design stage 2, for a revised budget of $8.6 million. Authorized Chancellor and Chancellor's designee to approve the expenditures of the 6.2 to hit that 8.5, amend the design professional agreement, authorize stage 2 design services. And this has got some CCAP funds with it, and I know that Dr. Lang and Jessica and James Malden are working on a finance plan for you that will be presented in the future. But this is, it's really an amazing project as we're watching this thing take place, and we have to track this. We're tracking this as two separate projects. And the reason for that is we've got two different funding sources that are funding these projects. So our challenge with our contractor and our design team is how do we keep these separate now that we're in one big building. So, but we will track these two separately. So that's the recommendation, sir.
What's the projected open date for this facility?
Well, that's one of the things that we're charged to do with the state appropriation from the state for the 65 million, I think, for the Cancer Center was we've got to have all of those funds encumbered or spoken for by June of next year. So our hope is to maybe have different design packages in this, maybe come in November with a site or utility package so we can start doing that. Maybe come back maybe in February and start looking at some foundation packages or get some steel bought. But full-blown GMP by May is our goal.
Okay, and then the construction time?
Probably one big building like that, it's going to be probably 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Billy, is there anything located on this proposed site right now? Is it vacant?
It's clean. It's got, some past concrete. We've done some due diligence for environmental on it, had a few little things there. One of the challenges on this, to be honest with you, is if you've been to the El Paso site, you can see right to the right of that top parking lot, that's a railroad. And so that railroad has it passes through there many times a day. And Dr. Lang's working on making it a quiet zone because it loves to blow its whistle for an extended amount of times there. So that's one of the challenges is this thing kind of gets cut off because of that railroad. So we're you can see that maybe looking at doing some tunnel work underneath there or maybe just pedestrian tunnel work for people so they don't have to, if a train stops on that track, they don't have to crawl under it or try to crawl under it. If you look at the building at the top middle, that's a warehouse that Dr. Lang hadn't bought yet, hopefully maybe someday. But it's got a rail spur on it, and so it's a very busy rail area there, and so he's working with TxDOT and some others on how we do that. So, yeah, it's got some challenges for sure. Well, we could, but that's not an FP&C project. That's under $4 million, so.
The Highway 10, I assume that's Interstate 10, correct?
Yes, sir.
Far left. Is that the access road, or is there an access road then?
Yeah, there's an access road to that area. But, one of the things, and since I've been working on this campus, is trying to get an identity from Interstate 10 because you can go right past our campus and not ever know. We do have some signage now on Interstate 10 that Dr. Lang got, but we're also looking for a presence that when you drive into this campus, that's why that monumental, maybe it has a seal in the future or something like that. So we have access from I-10 and also Alameda on the other side. And a lot of that's because of that railroad, having 2 good entrances in there.
With a combined project like this, do we open ourselves up to future conflict on how those expenses get allocated? We buy a bunch of steel. How much of that's on this project? How much of that's on this project? Because we're going to have, the state's going to, we're going to have, as you said, multiple funding pieces, so proper allocation of cost could create some conflict for us in the future.
Yeah, it's very challenging. And so now that we're in one big building, it's kind of lays out where the Cancer Center is about 1/3, clinical building's about 2/3 of the square footage is kind of what we're seeing. And they share an imaging center. So especially when you start buying equipment for the imaging center, how do you allocate that? And that's, this cancer project started by a study done by MD Anderson that pretty well outlaid what kind of clinical equipment or cancer equipment we needed in there. And so we're working on that. If it's clinical side, we'll have to charge that equipment to the clinical side. It does have its challenges, but we're just going to have to work really hard to make sure we divide those costs up.
Okay.
That's a great question because that is going to be a challenge. Having said that, one of the things that Dr. Lang was working toward with this, that same equipment that you use for so many of the things in cancer diagnostics and cancer therapeutics, you can use the same thing in general medical clinical diagnostics. So it is a way to get some synergies that otherwise you've got a lot of duplication of what it is you're trying to do. So that is going to be a big challenge.
Okay.
And the MD Anderson report actually came out in December of '22, so it's almost 2 years old, and as technology's changed, and I know Dr. Lang looks at the revenue aspect too of the imaging center because it does produce revenue for him, and so I think the MD Anderson showed 1 linear accelerator, we're looking at 2, and so there's some things that he's seeing in the business plan too that adds to it, so yeah, it does have its challenges.
Okay. Any additional questions for Billy?
Well, for Dr. Lang, maybe conceptually, So there's still some land swap or acquisition to complete. Is that true, or is it completed as far as the land we've identified for the project?
We're in the final completion stage of that, sir.
Okay. And why does my memory tell me that there's going to be there's a UMC component to this? And if so, is there an operating agreement there too?
No, we don't. We have a memorandum of understanding currently to jointly work on the cancer center, not a clinic, but on the cancer center.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And they're actively involved in the cancer design too. So they sit in on those. And Jacob, I think the CEO of UMC, we try to keep him abreast of what's going on too.
Any additional questions? Do I hear a motion to approve as presented? And second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? And the motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, as your last item, would you please present the FP&C report?
Yes, sir. I'm going to touch on two. One is the Academic Sciences Building. We do have a ribbon cut in the morning at 9 a.m. Just want to make sure everybody could make that to showcase this facility. We have reached substantial completion on that, so we're looking for a great event in the morning at 9 o'clock. And then I wanted to talk a little bit and show you Concho Hall. This project, the demolition of Concho Hall, 10 stories, built in 1969. And so we got it on the ground, and that was our goal before school starts to get it on the ground. Picture shows a lot, but I think a video would help you see how that came about. This is half of it. So that's what it looked like afterwards, and I can report as of yesterday, I got a picture. Most of that material is picked up and gone. Now, this had a basement, so the work remaining is we've got to tear out the walls of the basement, get the slab out. We're going to mark where all the piers are for future buildings, and then we got some hardscape and landscape work. So this has been ongoing. This building's been ongoing since May of 2010, whether to keep it or abate and demo. So this is kind of putting the nail in the coffin. It's done, so on the ground. And this is the bar, the club across the street. Top right shows beginning of demo. Bottom left shows it on the ground, and then the cleaned up slab across the street. So got a little additional parking there for ASU.
Regent Griffin, I would add that bar was not ASU's bar.
No.
Well, I would advise for a period of time, do not have open flame next to it or adjacent.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. That's my report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Mr. Chairman, with apologies for Regent Cash's comments, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Our final committee to meet today is the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Campbell serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair. In Regent Campbell's absence, Regent Gordon will chair the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Gordon.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Finance and Investment Committee is called to order.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. The Finance and Investment Committee is called to order. First order is I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 9th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Second item, Mr. Malden, would you please present item 1?
Yes, good morning. I'd like to take you through the FY25 operating budget and ask the Board of Regents to approve that. Thank you all very much, first of all, for sitting through those long 2-hour calls with each of the components as we went through each budget in a little bit more detail than we're going to do this morning. I know that's painful and you give a lot of time to the system, so thank you for that. I'm going to hit some highlights here and get to the motion. As you know, and as we've discussed, especially in the February reports where I present the annual financial statement to you, there are some significant revenue buckets that the system has. And They're here on the left. The primary sources are state appropriations. For this budget, there's not much change in that category as we're in the second year of the biennium. Tuition and fees, particularly for the academics, is a meaningful source of revenue, and as you may recall, we are currently under a tuition and mandatory fee freeze. So that has kept those level for the general academics. The health-related institutes are not under that same freeze. And then, as we've all discussed, there are noticeable enrollment patterns across the country. There are the highly touted enrollment cliff, and a lot of universities and a lot of states across the country are suffering from that. Texas has weathered that fairly well so far. We still see some growth, but the growth rate has certainly decelerated. And so we're continuing to monitor that and come up with strategies to engage that. And then, of course, with the health-related institutes, the contracts with the hospitals, the residency programs, and patient care and clinic visits. As far as the budget itself, the priorities that we wanted to point out here, first and foremost, is always academic excellence and student success. That is the reason we do what we do. Student recruitment, of course, is a very big priority. Research, especially with the TUF being passed at the last legislative session, research has accelerated, and as you know, there have been significant efforts to have collaborative research across the system, which I think benefits everyone. And then facilities and campus planning has become an area of focus. And, you know, employee compensation and success was a big area of focus for this year's budget. As you know, wage inflation was a significant item within the last 2 or 3 years especially, and it's been increasingly difficult to recruit and retain good employees. As we do each... What's that?
When did that start? The difficulty in recruiting good employees? When did you start?
I don't
Sorry, he set himself up for that. That's why I didn't turn my mic on. Go ahead, Shane.
I can go now? Okay, thank you. Okay. So we like to consider trends as we're looking at the budget. How are things moving along? As you can see on the left side, we did cross the $3 billion mark for the consolidated budget. That's an average growth rate over 5 years, an average annual growth rate of 7%. A portion of that relates to the addition of MSU into the system. I'm happy to say that from 24 to 25, the consolidated budget grew less than 3%, and I'll have those numbers in a second. As we talked about the significant drivers of our budget, you can see that on the right. Over the last 5 years, the growth rate, average growth rate year over year has been less than 1% for enrollment. As I said, we do still see some growth in a lot of areas, but it's certainly the growth rate is decreased. Clinic visits continue to grow. Research has grown significantly at almost 11%. And then inflation, as you know, has been rampant over the last 5 years, but it is tapering off. 5-year growth rate is 4%. Here, as we discussed on the individual calls with you, we have the consolidated budget, but you can see component by component, 24 versus 25, and how much of the consolidated budget each component represents. And again, that bottom right number is the one that I think is remarkable, to have a growth rate of 2.83% when inflation is higher than that. I think that's a kudos to the component leadership and the component CFOs for being able to navigate that. Here we can see, again, educational in general, primarily state funding designated. It's the various buckets that we receive the money from, which dictates how we can use that money. And here, you know, in my next presentation, I'm going to talk about the credit of the system and how the rating agencies look at me. And I think that left chart speaks to one of the strengths that the system has. It's a very diversified revenue bucket. You can see there are 3 or 4 big buckets that make up probably about 80%, if I'm doing my mental math correctly, of the revenues, but it's such a diversification that that's typically pointed out as a strong suit of the system, to have some diversified revenue there, not too overly dependent on the state as some state higher eds are. And then on the right side, you can see the expenditures. System overall, personnel is still over 57%. We're very labor resource driven. Debt service, only 4%. And again, some of that is funded by the state. So I think that's a very healthy level.
James, can I stop you just for a second before we move off of that? Where is the tough funding allocated or identified in that pie chart?
In the expenditure portion?
Or is that I was looking at the revenue.
Oh, okay. I do not believe that's in there, is it, Noel?
It's in our state appropriations.
It's part of the state appropriations.
State appropriations.
So that 25% number then, is that necessarily, are we seeing that increase because of the availability and the accessibility to that funding?
That is correct. You do see that.
Okay.
And that 25% is for the system.
Noel has explained to me that we added that to our budget in fiscal year '24.
Okay.
And so it's just going to remain at a flat level going forward.
Okay.
That's why you'll see our budget only went up 2%, because we added that last year.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense then. So this number we should expect as a baseline going forward.
Moving forward.
Then, assuming a flat income and growth of compound. Okay. Thank you.
So that tough money, it's 40 million or 42 million of the 757 in state appropriations?
44.
44 million? Thank you.
Okay. And then lastly, we have a little bit more detail for you as far as growth year over year for each of the major categories. Pleased to see a decrease in the planned use of fund balance and significant increases in investment and interest income and sales and services. And again, 2.83% growth overall. And if there are no more questions, I would ask the board approve the 25 consolidated budget.
Sorry. Does everyone have any other questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Wright, could you please present item 2?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
ASU is requesting authorization for President Hawkins to finalize negotiations and execute a contract with Gartner for advisory and related services at ASU. This will expand our current agreement for IT advisory service to now include advisory services for our executive leadership and enrollment management. In addition, the new agreement will provide all campus users, faculty, staff, and students access to Gartner's resources and advisors. The agreement will be capped at 4 years and an annual cost capped at $1.1 million. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Then I move to approve the item as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Sloan, would you please present item 3?
Good morning. This item is to request that the board authorize the president or his designee to enter into negotiations and execute a contract for retail natural gas services, the contract to be effective September 1st of 2024. This RFP process was a jointly issue with Texas Tech University and the Health Sciences Center here in Lubbock, but we do include the language that the provider selected can be joined in by any other component institution at a later date. So a competitive process was done, and once we conclude the evaluation of those proposers' responses, contract negotiations, the terms of the contract would be a 10-year period with 2 5-year renewal terms. Currently, the average spend is between $3.5 to $4 million a year, again, with growth of the footprint of campuses, and that can vary from year to year, but this does feed into both the central heating and cooling plant on Texas Tech's campus and the one that is located right south of the Health Sciences Center campus and UMC there. Again, that's the board item. I would say that I really appreciate the work of Sean Childers, who is here in helping ensure and walk us through the details of these. So when I ask if there's any questions, please know that he is here to answer detailed questions that I am not technically capable of answering, but he is here if you should have any questions on this item.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
I just have a quick question. Getting used to this new system here. Sorry about that. Noel, are we following all the hub procurement processes around this? I know this is a different type of a contract, so I just want to just double check that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Sean? Yeah. With regard to the term of the contract, and since we're dealing with a commodity here.
Yes, sir.
What are the pricing mechanisms that are involved in this? Are we waiting for the RFP to be returned for them to give us the formulas for how they are going to cost and price this commodity to us?
Good question. So within the preliminary pricing, we do ask for pricing and a term on that. And then from that, we'll kind of make our selection on which direction we want to go. But then, right before we sign the agreement, we will ask for that final pricing. And we ask for a 6-month, a year, 24 months, and a 36-month term to see what that variation is.
So there's a variation on what could be a fixed price for this period of time or for
Yes,
an
sir.
extended period
Yes,
of time as it relates to that.
Yes, sir.
Does the RFP necessarily include any hedging requirement or opportunity there with regard to price protection? Or are we just asking for a fixed price for a period of time?
So we ask for both. And so we kind of get I guess you can say, one that gives us a determination of kind of that price index on the WAHA and what that looks like on an ongoing basis, and gives us a little more flexibility. But we also ask for a fixed price that would include transport and any ancillary fees with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, I might add that natural gas prices are getting hammered right now severely. We've got oversupply and we thought that these higher temperatures might pull down supply, but inventories are running extremely high, 10 to 15% higher above normal averages this time of year. It's not good for the Carr Foundation, unfortunately, but it's 80% oil in the car and 20% gas. So this is a great time to be locking in, potentially, Sean, into a fixed-term contract for 2 to 3 years. He mentioned Waha. That's a huge gas interexchange in Ward County that drives Permian Basin prices, as Dusty can tell you, in the energy business now. So not good for the oil and gas producer, but great for retail contracts right now. So hopefully we'll take advantage of that price.
So that would be the pricing versus what the Henry Hub is a typical pricing location for natural gas, but you're going to be using the Waha pricing.
We use the Waha, yes, sir.
That is, okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Sean.
Great.
I move to approve this item as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Ms. Harkey, would you please present item number 4?
Yes, this is to request that the president to be able to approve and execute an amendment for a current contract that is a lease contract. We have a contract for 24,000 square feet in, on the North Loop for our psychiatry operation. As you know, that we have had a tremendous amount of growth in our psychiatry operation due to the mental health funds that have been received from the state. And honestly, we don't have the capacity within our current footprint to accommodate that level of growth. So there's a lease there. There is a current lease that exists that has not been required to come to the board because of the terms or because of the size of the contract. However, we do want to renovate that space, and that is a $1.24 million request to renovate that space. And with that also, there's a small increase in the square footage of 1,470 square feet. So that is the request.
Good. Are there any questions?
Penny, where's the location again? And it's an existing facility?
So it's an existing facility at 4642 North Loop 289. The North Star building out there.
Okay,
It's
North
out
Star.
by the Heart Hospital.
Got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
I'll move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes as presented. Thank you. Mr. Malden, would you please present item 5?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I did in May of last year, I want to talk to you just briefly about the outstanding debt of the system before I ask for authorization to issue more, and to give you an updated view of how the rating agencies look at the system strengths and weaknesses. So here you can take a look at what we have currently outstanding. We have 1.35 billion outstanding. 103 million of that is in commercial paper, short-term interim financing that we use for projects until the projects are completed, and then we transition those over to long-term bonds. The bulk of that is in fixed-rate, long-term municipal bonds. On the pie chart on the right, you can see the breakout, again, between non-CCAP and CCAP debt. The CCAP, as a reminder, is what the state funds. So the state approves those projects, and when we issue the bonds, we submit that debt service schedule to the state, and they reimburse us for that. So I think that's an important distinction. And there you can see on the bottom a year-by-year picture of currently, if we didn't issue any more debt, what our outstanding debt would look like year-by-year between non-CCAP, CCAP, and total through our amortizing structure. Additionally, here you can see that this is the annual debt service on the bond. So this is how much we're actually paying in principal and interest, again, broken out between CCAP and non-CCAP. And I do want to remind you, as I did last year, the large amount due in 2040, that was in a situation that we entered into, I think, with the 2020 bonds before I got here, but we had a situation where we had gift funds that would completely fund projects that we wanted to build, and we decided, based on the rate environment at the time, that it would be better to put that money into the long-term investment fund and let it grow and borrow the money for the project. And so far, that's working out extremely well. We're monitoring that to make sure that we're going to have all the money to retire that debt in 2040. And there should be funds left over that could roll over into a quasi-endowment of some kind. So we're in good shape there. The rating agencies are aware of that large bullet payment, and they're comfortable with it, and we've shown them that we have funds set aside for that. Additionally, we like to look at the key ratios that the rating agencies look at, and so here's a 4-year trend. Excuse me, I was a little worried when I first saw this chart. As you can see on the far right, 3 of the 4 actually decreased from 22 to 23. And I was a little curious about that, a little concerned, I guess you could say, but I feel better after digging into it. So as you can, the top row, operating revenues continue to climb, and that's a good thing. It's a very strong part of our credit rate basis. The operating cash flow margin, actually, I had my team go back and pull a 10-year trend of this ratio just to see what it looked like. I had a feeling we might be reverting back to pre-COVID, and that some of these ratios were just out of whack from normal trends. And this operating cash flow margin, I would say that's the case here. Over a 10-year period, we ranged anywhere from a 10% to close to 20%. So coming back, and the average is probably right around this 14%. So 13.76, I'm not concerned about that decrease as I first was when I saw it. The cash and investments to operating expenses did drop a little bit from 22 to 23, and that's primarily due to the debt that we issued last year. So adding, I'm sorry, I'm got it backwards. That's, we looked into the increases of the operating expenses. The operating expenses basically grew faster than the cash and investments grew. So the numerator didn't grow as fast as the denominator, so the ratio is going to decrease. And looking at the major categories of the expenses that grew at a faster pace, they all seem to be tied to wage inflation or inflation themselves. I didn't see anything that looked unusual or concerning other than inflation itself is a concern. And then the debt service coverage, that was a significant drop from 4.1 to 2.27. But again, that is primarily driven by the debt that we issued last year. And honestly, I would expect, actually, we won't issue these bonds in FY24, so the ratio should increase a little bit for FY24 when I present this to you next year. But after we issue more debt, of course, the debt service coverage rate will drop. As far as the bonds that we issue, they're always rated by a nationally recognized agency. And Kroll Bond Rating Agency issued this report in July. They affirmed our AA+ rating. The positives you can see here: solid finances, substantial liquidity, diverse funding. I talked about that earlier, the diverse revenue. And balanced operations, healthy demand by the students. They do look at that quite a bit in our credit rating, and highly experienced leadership. The credit challenges, which they didn't have many to list, but any increases in debt, of course, is going to be a negative pressure on the rating, but there's no red flags of them being concerned at this point. And they know about the debt we're planning to issue this year. Looking at the rest of the Texas state systems, you can see that we are right where we were last year, which is the highest rating in the state that for non-PUF funded systems. So UT and A&M all are AAA rated, primarily due to the PUF. Outside of that, we do sit at the top. Most of them are AA2 or AA.
James, how often do we have visits from the rating agencies that actually come to campus?
Actually come to campus, I don't know that I can say there's a normal amount. I know Kroll, last year was the first time they rated us, so they came here, they got a tour. We gave them a tour of Texas Tech and Health Science Center campus. They want to come out again this year, and so we're thinking we might bring them out to the MSU campus and let Dr. Haney talk to them about what all she's been doing there in her first year. But the other rating agencies, it's more, they're fine just getting on the phone. We're trying to get them out here because we think there's great stories to tell and some great projects to show them of what we are financing, but they don't always want to get on a plane. So the agenda item before you is to authorize up to $550 million of bonds to be issued within the next year. This authorization, if approved, would expire within 365 days from passing if not used. That way, we have flexibility. As you know, we only get together 4 times a year. This type of approach gives us the flexibility to time when we want to go to the markets and not have to wait for the next board meeting to get approval. As far as what we could be financing, here's a table that shows you. The top row is our new projects, and they are for ASU campus and Texas Tech campus. The 2 large items are the Red Raiders Facility Foundation projects and the Academic Sciences Building that you'll do the see the ribbon cutting on tomorrow. Besides that, there are some smaller athletics projects and renovations on the ASU campus. Included in that $550 million are refinancing possibilities. And so I'll tell you at this day and time, the 2015 A's, which are tax-exempt bonds, those look very likely that we would, whenever we issue the new bonds, we would refinance those. Those make a lot of sense. The 2015 B's are taxable bonds, and right now they make no sense to try to refinance. We would probably wait until next year to refund those. But again, we include them in the amount authorized just in case the markets shift and it makes sense and we're not able to wait for another quarterly meeting. And also just want to give you a pro forma here of what it would look like if we issued what we think we will issue, which is roughly $362 million. The gray there is the annual debt service on the new bonds laid on top of the chart I showed you earlier. And I'll take any other questions if there are any.
James, I'm sorry if I missed this in your presentation, but do you have a feel for the interest rate? And it'd be beneficial to wait a little bit longer as there's pressure on the feds to reduce the interest rates in the coming months?
Sure. That is a conversation we have on a regular basis with our bankers. And I forgot to mention, we have our external bond counsel here. He flew in this morning in case there are any questions that I couldn't field. But we talk about that. We have, one of the challenges we have in waiting is our commercial paper capacity. Our commercial paper program currently is only $150 million, and we've used up roughly $103 to $105 million of that right now. And so as new projects are underway right now, we're going to need to be issuing commercial paper. This would relieve some of that capacity. But yeah, we are talking about that, trying to figure out, is it best to go? A lot of the bankers are saying there might be a lull in people issuing bonds in the October timeframe, which is currently what we're targeting. And, I actually went to a conference just earlier this year where people on the buy side were on the panel, and they were saying, we still have to buy. We still have money we need to reinvest. So those times where people are shying away might be the best time to get out there. So we're trying to monitor all that. And of course, if we try to guess too much, we're going to guess wrong. Yeah. So,
do you have a feel for a range of what those rates may be in October, ballpark?
It's hard to say. It depends on what the Fed does in September. They went from almost certain, based on market pricing, everyone was assuming there was guaranteed they would do a 25 rate, and then all of a sudden now people are thinking they might do a 50 basis point cut. So it's really hard to project. I think over the full length of the bonds that we would issue, the tax exempt would probably land in the 3.5% to 4%. The taxable would be much more expensive. It would probably be 4.5% to 5%.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
James, this may be, I don't know if it's a question for you or maybe, excuse me, with Martha here in her crystal ball. We're coming up on a new legislative session. Any feel for CCAP funding, what the state's looking at, if at all? Okay. Well, that's what you always say. I was hoping for a different response. Okay, thank you.
Great. Does anybody have any other questions for Mr. Malden? I move to approve the item as presented. Do I have the second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes as presented. Mr. Malden, would you continue with item 6?
Yes, item 6 is requesting approving amendments to the investment policy statement for the long-term investment fund. What this would authorize is what's called an administrative fee that would be assessed, similar to how the management fee is currently assessed. This new fee, if implemented, would provide revenue source back to the components that are benefiting from the endowment, so it would be on a pro rata basis. But this does not stipulate that it will be assessed. Those conversations are still ongoing. So we're just asking for the approval for the authority, the amended investment policy statement that would provide the authority to do so if Chancellor so decides.
Does anybody have any questions? Then I move that this item be presented as item be approved as presented, sorry.
I would second
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Malden. Item 7 was on the agenda, but we're going to pull that at this point and postpone it. So we'll move to number 8. Mr. Malden and Mr. Barrett, would you please present item 8?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Barrett's going to come up here and talk about the LTIF as he typically does. Just a reminder, we have multiple portfolios that we look at. The LTIF, or Long-Term Investment Fund, is where the endowments sit, most of our endowments, and that's what Tim's team in Austin manages. And then I will come back up to talk about the CSIP, which is our operating funds and operating reserves. So give this to Tim.
Mr. Chair, Regents. So we'll start with the standard slide that you guys look at a lot. The LTIF is broken apart between kind of a growth portfolio, which you can think of that as mostly public equities and private equity for the most part. And then you have a stable value portfolio that's more loans, bonds, and hedge funds. At the end of the month, this is May 31st, the target for the growth portfolio of 60, we were under target at about 55. The primary reason was that happened in the last couple of days as we were moving assets. So it went from like 58 to 55 in one day. Started the new month, it rebalanced back up close to 60, just so you know that wasn't a big tactical move. The target allocation for the stable value is 40%, we're at 44.8. If you look at the bottom left, this just says how did the growth portfolio do versus the ACWI, which is an index of stocks globally. So in the 1 year period, very tough to keep up with the ACWI with our growth portfolio. We're up about 13.4, the ACWI's up 23. Over the 3, 5, 7, and 10 year period, we're outperforming. I'll touch a little bit later on exactly why there's such a differential in that 1 year period. On stable value on the right-hand side, this is where I mentioned we have bonds, we have lending strategies, we have hedge funds. That's measured against the Bloomberg Global Aggregate, which is a huge bond index. About 56% of that index is like treasuries and government bonds globally. That portfolio has done incredibly well. I mean, it was up 6.8% versus the benchmark up 0.8. There's about a 10% spread on the 3-year number if you look at 4.8 minus 5.8. And you can see the spread's pretty big going across all time periods. So if you look at the total performance of the LTIF, year to date, we're up about 6.19% through May. The benchmark is up 4.3%, so we're pretty handily outperforming. We're slightly behind on the 1 year by about 400 basis points. And then over 3, 5, 7, and 10 years, we're outperforming. So this is where we're going to get to the point where I talk a little bit about what caused that dispersion within the growth portfolio. So if you go about 4 lines down where you see LTIF growth, you can see year-to-date, it's about 7.87%. The 1 year, it's 13.42. Well, you can see the index on the 1 year period returned 23.56. Our public equity actually outperformed that at 26. So that did incredibly well. What didn't do well over this last 1 year period was private equity. So if you go down that list and see private equity and private real assets over the 1 year period, it was slightly negative, -3.9, and then on real assets, slightly positive at 1. So the differential really goes back to stock market versus private investments. Stock markets is really a voting machine. It's driven by emotion, right? This year, you just saw that in the last 2 weeks, right? Everybody got scared about the jobs report, market tanks, rates go down, they think the Fed's gonna cut. What happens today? New jobs report comes out, market rallies like crazy, now we're all okay. That all happened in 3 days. The world didn't change in 3 days. That's just emotion driving that market. When you look at the private equity market, they don't do that. Private equity market looks at long-term fundamentals and does market comparables at a much slower pace. It's less emotional pricing than the public equity market. We think, after talking to our managers, because we talk to them every quarter, every private equity guy, every real estate guy, all of them, and almost everybody thinks we're at the bottom of the write-downs that happen due to inflation, and that most people are on the precipice of starting to see some movement. We think we'll see movement coming in 2025 because the feedstock, if you think about the feedstock for private equity, what is it? It's M&A activity, it's IPOs. We haven't had any of those because of the inflationary environment. That's going to all start turning. That feedstock will drive that portfolio up. Unfortunately, it'll probably be at a time when the public equity market cools a little bit, but that's the point of portfolio diversification.
Tim, what role does reporting and a retrospective look many times on private equity play into these numbers? We're always lagging, are we not, for a current value, if you will, on private equity? Is that a fair statement or not?
Absolutely it is. So when you think of the public markets, we're getting marks on some cases every day, but on all cases every month it's a fresh mark. When you look at private equity, that's not how it works. It's quarterly and it's lagged a quarter. So a lot of times it's 6 months old, the number you're looking at. So the numbers that you're looking at in this report, most of these numbers would be, some of them would be December still, and some of them would be the end of March. So this slide really just looks at the long-term benchmark cumulative returns. You can see that the LTIF had a big drop-off when we had the 2020 COVID. You can see that black, red, and yellow line all going down substantially. LTIF is the red line, and it's kind of on par with the policy composite, and this goes all the way back to 1996, so it's the inception. We like talking a little bit about this, and just as a reminder, this is really why we're here, is to look at these distributions and these payouts. So you can look over time at the black money that goes out. The red is the investment term, investment earnings, and the gray is contributions. And if you took all of those years and tallied them up, that's what the right-hand chart tells you. So on the right-hand side, Patrick and his team and everybody from institutional advancement at the component institutions have raised that gray bar on the right, which I can't read from here, but I think it's 1.32. And then the red bar is the investment earnings, and the black is how much the endowment is paid out to the institutions for scholarships and academic chairs. And then if there's no questions, I'll pass to James, who I'm happy to take any questions you guys might have.
Okay, so the CSIP, as you remember, as I just reminded you, is the operational funds and operational reserves. And within within the CSIP, we have 3 buckets: the non-current segment, which is our long-term reserves; That's the bulk of this. It's targeted at 60%. And then we have cash, which is literally your checkbook. And then we have the contingency, which is a 5-year fixed income portfolio as a emergency savings type of situation. So CSIP overall is doing well. In the 1 year, the 3 year, it has outperformed. Just honestly, I kind of ignore the longer term returns on this just because it's been shifted around from time to time over the last, I would say, 5 years. And so the numbers get really wonky after that 3-year mark. But I am pleased with the 1-year response. It's done exceptionally well. You can see the non-current segment, which again is 60% of the portfolio. 1 year is 12.97% compared to its benchmark policy of 8.68. And here you can see the non-current segment specifically in a little bit more detail and the target allocations. I will tell you that we do plan on the CFOs and I, the component CFOs and I, and Tim Barrett, Tim Bruce, we've been having numerous discussions about this particular segment of the portfolio. Regent Culp, you asked 2 or 3 meetings ago what we could be doing differently since that is such a big bucket of money. And so the decision has been made to transition this portfolio to Tim Barrett's team, the team that manages the LTIF, but it's not going to be part of the LTIF. His team of investors is going to manage it as a separate portfolio. We think that will even further enhance the returns on this and give it better protection. We're also having conversations about the asset allocation. We had a really good meeting yesterday, hoping to come to you in November with a new investment policy statement for the CSIP that would speak to where we think the assets should be allocated within the NCS and within the other buckets. As far as the cash segment, you can see we've all been expecting rates to start dropping, and you can see there in the top table from March through May, they did start just gradually dropping off. June did continue that drop off. It's right around 5.4, I think, for June. I also started showing you about a year ago where we're keeping the money, or trying to focus on squeezing the bank balances and keeping more in the investable balances, because as you can see, the rates are drastically different between the bank accounts and the investment pools. And I think we've done a good job overall in that aspect. And then lastly, the contingency segment, which again is that fixed income portfolio. It's our emergency savings. If something unexpected, large and unexpected happen, it's sizable. It's over $600 million. And we typically keep that in either treasuries, municipal bonds, or agencies, and it's a laddered portfolio. It's very similar to what you see in a lot of governmental entities for how they ladder this out. And I believe that's the last slide, so I will take any questions if anyone has anything on the CSIP or LTIF.
Anybody got any questions? Mr. Barrett and Mr. Malden, thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meetings of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Gordon, and thank you for everyone. That concludes the business. Oops, sorry, thank you, Dusty, my goodness. Thank you. That concludes the business to be handled by the committees, and now I will call to order the meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. At this time, the board will convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in executive session. Thank you. Back off now. Vice Chairman Carrick Davis, please present the motions regarding. Oh, there you go. We will now reconvene into open session. Vice Chairman Carrick Davis, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are 5 action items resulting from executive session. Motion number 1, I move that the board authorize Chancellor Mitchell or his designee to make the necessary administrative updates to Chapter 2 of the Regents' rules regarding the authority of presidents under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion number 2, I move that the board authorize the gift-related naming of internal spaces within the south end zone and the Womble Football Center at Texas Tech University in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session, and delegate to President Skuvanek the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion number 3, I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in El Paso as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion number 4, I move that the board authorize an honorary naming of an institute at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session, and delegate to President Rice Spearman the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Okay, our 5th and final motion. Having determined that revised employment agreements with the presidents of Angelo State University and Texas Tech University Health Science Center are in the best interest of the institutions, and due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in their leadership, I move that the Chancellor be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute revised employment agreements with contract extensions for Mr. Ronnie Hawkins Jr. and Dr. Lori Rice Spearman, under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Just before we recess, just information. I'd like to remind the Regents that breakfast will be served here in the System Building tomorrow at 7 a.m. The Regents will then attend a tour and ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Academic Sciences Building beginning at 8 a.m. A shuttle will be available for the Regents to and from those events, and will depart at 7:45 from this building. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow, Friday, August 9th at 10 a.m. With that being said, the Board of Regents will now recess for the day. We'll see you tomorrow. Excellent.